All right, what's up, everybody? It's WarbossTae up in this mug. Welcome to my live stream. We're going to be finishing off our Krieg Combat Patrol Command Squad. This is one of the 4 units you get in your combat patrol. I've been working my way through them. I've already built up and painted most of the command squad. I built up and primed the infantry squad as well as the heavy weapons squad, and I'm currently in the process of assembling these Death Riders. But for tonight, I want to show off my command squad is back here. They're out in full support of the final guy we're going to be painting. Is the veteran guardsman with the power sword and the plasma pistol. So here's the banner. These guys are all in the 143rd, the most glorious of regiments for the Death Corps of Krieg. It's the one that I'm used to painting the most. Been painting them since like the early 2010s. I've got a great color scheme that works really well for them. I painted this today. I released a video on it. It's going to be going live in the morning. It is the Servo Scribe. It was a fun little guy to paint. I decided to do hazard stripes on the back there, but you don't have to. If you want to just paint this guy as quickly and efficiently as possible, it's basically put Rakarth flesh over the skull and the paper, then silver or lead belcher, for the rest of everything else, and then do some glass effects, which is basically the Fang or Dark Reaper, and then Rust Gray. You could put the Fang also, and then Fenrisian Gray. And then the wire is going to be black, so it's nice and simple and easy, and then just some shades and some highlights. Then we've got our comm operator. I just finished this guy tonight. It was a lot of fun to paint. Basically the same as everybody else. I'm trying a new painting style for all comm operators, making the top part black, whereas usually I paint the whole thing in silver. But because this is a Death Corps of Krieg guy, he's got his oxygen tube down here. So I'm painting that in Cadian green with Mournfang brown for the straps, then silver or lead belcher for the center, and then the top I'm doing in black, like a black case, black plastic, and then silver buttons, black little antenna rig, and then I think it looks kind of good. I think it came out pretty well. Then I've got our melta gunner here, with the ambitious little trench works of the poles there with the razor wire, and he's got his melta gun. Then our medic. Hey Ryan, thanks for the comment, appreciate it. The medic was fun. He's the only Krieg guy that has his helmet off, so I decided to paint him with blonde hair, and I wanted his skin to look really splotchy and kind of gross and weird from all of the exposure to the gases and everything. So I gave him an extra reddish amount of Rakeland Flesh Shade. It's basically just using Rakeland Flesh Shade, and I think I used Berserker Blood Shade a little bit for the areas that touch the hair and the gas mask. And then I went in with, instead of going like Cadian Flesh Tone, which would have been a nice healthy skin color, I went with my Bugman's Glow, which was my base color. Then I added a little bit of Rakarth flesh and Wraithbone to give it a very sickly looking highlight. Because it's the only Kriegsman you're going to find with skin. Then I gave him the Nick Carter blonde hair because he wants it that way. And that's basically Averland Sunset with some Wraithbone added for the highlight. I think it's interesting, this guy, the medic for the Death Corps of Krieg, is like, why would they need a medic? Death Corps of Krieg is all about being, pretty fatalistic. And if you get injured on the battlefield, then that's kind of it. Hey, David, how long did it take off and on? Because I was always interrupted in my painting sessions, but I would say maybe a couple of hours. Pix, it's hobby time. Welcome. In life, war. In death, peace. In life, shame. In death, atonement. That's right, the drink 39. Thanks for popping in. And then here is the Lord Commissar. I mentioned this in another stream, and in the video review of the combat squad itself, but I really like how his coiled whip is like leaning on the scabbard. It's a pretty cool effect. And again, I'm painting these guys from the combat patrol, so they're all equipped like the combat patrol is going to be equipped. And I mentioned this in the unboxing review. You can find on my channel. But when you look at the hold on, give me a second. Boop. Timeout to you. When you look at the instructions for assembly, it actually says what the combat patrol loadout is supposed to be. So that's like pretty cool, because then you can see all of the different options you get, but the combat patrol is indicated. I don't know if they've been doing that for a while or if that's a new thing. Anyways, here's my command squad all ready to go. And I keep bringing this up, I keep mentioning this, but the old school Death Corps Krieg gas masks, I think there's just something so charming about them, how they look so weird and alien with the seam down the center and the two seams down the side. They look more like skulls to me, or more like just weird alien looking inhuman, soulless, rather than these. But these are still pretty cool. Well, this is a new, like the skull faceplate, but let's say like this guy. I don't know, and there's just something I don't really... Do you guys see what I mean? I mean, am I crazy? I feel like this style is just so much more charming. But I do like how they bumped up the scale to these plastic miniatures. They needed to put them in line more with like Space Marines and the other miniatures you'd find. These Forge World ones, they're so nice, but their scale is more like realistically human-sized miniatures and not as heroic scale. Okay, so welcome to the stream, guys. Like I said, we're going to be working on the last miniature in the squad. It is this veteran guardsman with a plasma pistol and the power sword. I already got started, and I'm going to tell you as I go my my thought process for working on these miniatures is, after I prime them, I like to start from the bottom up. So I started with the Mornfang Brown boots. I also hit Mornfang Brown on all of the straps and pouches, holsters and everything. This is actually a book. I realized this while painting it. This is like a holy book, or in, I think it's like the infantryman's primer. This is like what their handbook is called for how to be in the guard. So I'm gonna have to paint that a little bit differently. I'm excited to work on my Imperial Guard today as well, but I just got to do some laundry first. Right on, Pix. Awesome. So yeah, Mornfang Brown first, and then I did a Xandri Dust because I'm working my way up. Xandri Dust for the leg wraps, and then you can't really see too much, but I did Rhinox Hide for the pants, as well as the gloves. And then I did the coat, which is the Fang. And that's kind of where I started with here. It's his Hello Kitty diary. That's awesome. In fact, I'm going to paint it like that now. That's the funniest comment I've heard all day. So let's paint it up like a red Hello Kitty diary. I just realized he's got a sad gas mask noises. There's like a purity seal over here. So maybe I'll paint the purity seal like a... Oh, is that a purity seal, or is it like a clasp? Yeah, I thought it was a purity seal and like just wrapped around the book, but if it's like one of those fancy clasps for a journal, for a book, then we're in luck. I'll just paint it gold. I'm a YouTuber. I've been posting on YouTube since 2009, mostly Warhammer stuff. I'm also a father. You might be hearing my babies making some noise. So if my babies make some noise and I'm not able to, they're not able to go back to sleep, then I'm gonna have to cut the stream short so I can take care of them. I'm a father first and foremost, but I do hope that they're getting to that point where they can sleep through the night. But like I said, if not, I'm going to have to go and take care of them. My beautiful wife is also helping to try to keep them in bed, but she can only do so much. And if she's not able to keep them down, then I'm afraid I'm going to have to go and cut the stream. I linked in the video, you might see some products linked. Those are two of the things that I use and would find helpful. If I were a newer player starting out, you might have some things that I've already got linked, but if you don't, I would suggest taking a look at them at least. The first is the Combat Patrol that I'm painting and working on. And the second is, I think I've linked this Army Painter wet palette that I'm using. And I'm getting a lot of mileage out of mine. The third is the painting handle here. So all stuff that's going to make your life easier as a hobbyist if you get it. And I think I also linked in the description of this video, I linked the paintbrushes that I use. It's a master series from Golden Maple. And I find it really good, really easy to use, and you don't want to skimp on your brushes. If there's anything else I could have told young WarbossTae, if I could go back in time and talk to myself 10 years ago, I would say don't skimp on your brushes, because a good detail brush is going to last and allow you to do effects like this hatching that I did on the flag here. I did that with a size 2. This is a size 1, so this is even like bigger than the one that I used. Size 1, but very easy, so simple to do when you have a good brush. So get yourself a good brush. I also used my size 2/0 to do the hazard stripes here on the wire, as well as all the script work on the toilet paper. Yeah, I hope you guys are all doing well out there, you guys and girls out there in YouTube land. If you've just been doom scrolling around and you landed on my page, I hope you have a good time. And I hope your day or night is going well. Hello, Nick the Salamander. These are not 3D printed filmer. These are actual miniatures from Games Workshop. They're the Command Squad. I like the Command Squad for the Krieg because they all look like characters. They all look like their own, not like any other Command Squad where they all look like troops in the same squad. These all have different flavors. Like this guy's got a funny little radio operator's cap. The Melted Gunner has the veteran's skull face mask. The medic is actually Nick Carter from the Backstreet Boys. You've got a Lord Commissar here. And then you've got the standard bearer right here. So they all look different, and they don't look identical, so you're not going to get bored painting them, and they shouldn't, because they're like a special group, right? They're the Command Squad. But and then you've got this guy here who looks like he's in more of a combat role than the other members of the squad. So we're going to be finishing him up today. I'm going to show you my special technique for painting Krieg iron, which is like what I call all of these bits here, like the armor that they use, their shoulder pads, their little armor on the back of their gloves. Happy November too. I hope you had a good Halloween if you celebrate. We got to take the kids trick-or-treating in the neighborhood, which is always fun. It's funny though, because we went to Target today to do some shopping, and it's like November, or it was November 2nd, right? And we step in, and I hear Frank Sinatra singing Jingle Bells, and I'm like, holy cow, we're already in Christmas music time. All right, for the breastplate, we're going to do lead belcher. And the design is going to be picked out in this Necro Gold. How you doing, Nick? Nick and Pix are channel members, as you can see by their highlighted names. So it always makes me happy when they pop into the stream. I'll usually ask them too to make a decision if I'm working on something. It's like an impromptu poll. If you're interested in becoming a channel member and getting that kind of special attention and special access, more than attention, but special power to influence my streams, then I hope you consider becoming a channel member. All right, so the first step in doing Krieg iron is to paint the armor pieces you want to use is to make in Krieg iron, painted in lead belcher. I'm also going to do the gas mask eye lenses here. No need to worry about being a little messy or sloppy, as this is like the first coat. What's up, William? Good to see you. All right, then we're going to do Steel Legion drab for the gas mask. Happy Monday to another start of another work week. Here we go, boys. Boys and girls, here we go. There's a leaked picture going around of like a corn berserker apothecary. It looks so ridiculous. It looks like something I would have kit bashed when I first got into the hobby 200 years ago. Surprise skeleton. Are you surprised, skeleton? Welcome to the stream, my friend. If you'd like to help out a struggling YouTuber, I'm always happy to get a super chat, but I would also love it if you would become a channel member and support my channel that way. All right, I think, okay, when you look at the art for these miniatures, I could also use the Games Workshop website, but I'd rather look at this. It looks like the cap is like black. Yeah. Yeah, it kind of does. I think it's the very like parade. Oh, you know what it is? It's the cap. The cap is what makes it look like a Mordian, I think. So I'm not going to do a black on the front, but I will do black on the top just to change it up. It's almost like a commissar's cap. Yeah, that's fine. Then I will do the gold on the inside. If you're just doom scrolling and you landed on my page, welcome. Welcome to the party. If you're curious about the kind of content I put out, I'm mostly just like Warhammer stuff, and I enjoy just having very chill, relaxed, easygoing videos. This hobby is one of patience and one that requires you to be just have like a level of perseverance and endurance, and it's very easy to get discouraged with something you're working on and move on to something else. So I want to just encourage all of you to continue painting, continue working on whatever it is you've got on your table. Don't give up, and see your projects through to the end. There's always the grindy part right at the beginning. Just got to get through that, folks. Thank you, Squidman. Have you built the new Horse Heresy Assault Marines? I have not. I have not. The Mark IIs you're talking about, right? The new Mark IIs. I haven't. All right. I think the Krieg armor has dried enough for me to tell you my next step in painting Krieg armor. This is basically like the black darkened iron that the Krieg use on their shoulder pads, as well as the back of their hand armor. This is what it's gonna look like when we finish. So it's dark, but there's like a hint of a metallic shine underneath. You can kind of see the silver depending on how you turn it. And I always wondered how to get it to look like this, like iron, like a cast iron pan. And I found it's because I started using Black Templar. I haven't. I had this great plan to get like the Saturnine box and also like some Assault Marine boxes, and I just wasn't able to set aside the funds this summer. We needed it for other things in the household, so my dreams of a Horse Heresy army were the first thing that was on the chopping block. Also, if you guys could like, comment, share, do all of that stuff. If you're not subscribed, but you still want to support my channel, I don't know why you wouldn't subscribe, but it's funny. I look at my channel analytics, and it's like 60% of the people that watch my videos are not subscribed and are just casual viewers, which means my streams always, or my videos always pop up in their feeds, but they don't think it's worth the minimal effort of hitting the subscribe button. All right, while we're working on that, another important Krieg painting recipe you're gonna wanna have under your belt is the greatcoat colors for the 143rd Regiment, which is the standard Krieg soldier. It's like this powdery blue, baby blue. Well, it was anyways. Now they're painting the 143rd in this weird mishmash of like dark bluish gray and black, like really gray, it's black color combo. So I don't know what this is all about, but this is the new 143rd color scheme. Yeesh. I'm old school, baby. I paint mine El Clásico. So this is how I'm going to be painting mine. And if you don't like that, then I'm sorry. So this is how I'm going to do it. The first color is the Fang. And I painted that up before the stream started. That's a good chunk of subscribers, yep. The Mark II Assault Kit is really good to build, just waiting on some 3D printed shoulder pads. Nice. Thank you, thank you. My favorite Legion is gonna be either Iron Warriors or Night Lords. I really like them. Okay, so the highlight color is Rust Gray. Yeah, what are you getting those shoulder pads for? What legion? You know, it's funny. I don't see many people painting or posting Thousand Suns in Heresy. They have such a cool aesthetic, the whole Egyptian thing. But like some of their specialty troops is just really cool to look at. Uh-oh, there's my baby. All right, guys, I am going to cut the stream for a little bit, see if I can take care of my baby, put her back down, and hopefully I will come back and you will still be here. So I'll see you in a little bit. 6 of you hanging out. Hey, Nate's Miniatures, welcome. Oh boy. Man, it's exhausting. Being a father. Hello, Bjorn. All right, my favorite part about painting deathcore is getting to the highlight for the coat. So we're going to be using Russ Gray for the first highlight. This is such a great trifecta of colors for painting. Nick, the Salamander gifted memberships? Oh man, I just looked up. Nick, thank you so much, my friend. Nate's Miniatures, awesome. Nick the Salamander, thank you so much. Always in my comments for my silly Warhammer memes. That just made my morning, my friend. Thank you so much. That's so cool, man. All right, the final color in our great coat trifecta is Fenrisian Gray. So this as the top highlight color, I'm not going to use it too much. I'm going to spread it out on my wet palette here. And I'm mainly going to use it as a top highlight. So I'm going to feather it on all of these raised areas. This is really the part where a miniature comes alive for me. The Death Korps can be so awesome to paint and really nice to look at once you get to this level. I guess any miniature once you get to the second highlight level should be really, really proud and happy, and everything should look really nice to you, the painter, at this point. There, look at that. That looks really nice. Use some Corax white for the plasma coil, as well as the little readout on his rebreather. Oh, it doesn't have a readout. So if you get a sharp pointed brush, then you're able to paint the rebreather. Death Korps Krieg guys have these rebreathers, and their little packs here at the front. You just point a little dot of white, and then you can do a little bit of red at the end for the danger zone. All right, getting down to it. Let's paint some. I'm gonna use some Rakarth flesh, actually some Xandri dust on his Hello Kitty diary, the little strap around it, as well as the pages. Elicio! The man with $85,000 worth of orcs. The new Gasco model is pretty big. The Games Workshop one. I imagine they sound like Bane. I imagine the many death core of Krieg actually sound like this. I forgot to paint his eye lenses. Boop. Nothing makes a Krieg miniature look as like inhuman and soulless as the black eye lenses. So you always got to make sure you put that on. All right. At this point, I'm going to add some Agrax Earthshade to the gas mask. I think I'm also going to use some known oil. Yeah, so we'll start at the bottom. Work our way up. Hope you're all doing well out there, whatever you're working on. Let me know, what armies are you working on now? I don't know if you ever work on anything besides your $85,000 worth of orcs, Elicio, but let me know. All right, Agrax Earthshade done. Can add a little bit of known oil. I imagine I would be terrified of everything on Cadian, so I don't know. Maybe being on an orc world might have its moments of fun. That's a hard one. That's hard to say. What would you rather be on, Elicio? An orc world or Cadian? I want to try this new thing where I'm painting on the power sword. Instead of painting the little power coil here, instead of painting it like directly blue, what I'm going to try doing is painting it white first and then putting the blue on top as a kind of glaze. Oh, I am going to paint the plasma coil blue though. So what I'm going to use for the plasma coil is Talisar. Please tell me why. Car is in the front yard. Yeah, it looks pretty good. And I'm sleeping with my clothes on. Came in through the window last night. And you're painting Krieg. Danny. The most sane. It's hard with chaos because most of them have the gifts of the dark gods. I played this role-playing game called Only War, and the bad guys in that were a renegade faction, but they weren't chaos. They were just they seceded from the empire, the Imperium. They're, I think some of them were like, the idea was that some of them were slowly falling to chaos, maybe, but their whole core thing was that uh, they wanted a sane government, and they didn't want to be under the Imperium's rule anymore. That was such a fun setting to play. It's like, yeah, it would be cool to see an enemy faction, because they were bad guys. They were the enemy, but it was cool to see an enemy that wasn't all blood for the blood god. All right, my friends, after that amazing donation by Nick the Salamander, I am more hyped than ever to finish this, the final miniature in my Krieg command squad. All right, what I'm going to do, since I got the black paint out, you know what's funny? I took out this black paint like last night, and I put it on this wet palette, and it is still going strong. The power of the wet palette. Oh yeah, Iron Warriors are pretty good. Yeah, Night Lords, so great. They're like some of my favorite miniatures. They're my favorite faction to meme about. Nick the Salamander just gifting memberships and refusing to elaborate and just leaving. What a Chad. What a hero of mythic proportions. All right, guys, hang out for a little bit. I'm gonna run to the restroom, get a something to drink, maybe a cup of water, maybe a coffee. I don't know. We'll see, and I'll be back in a minute. Right. Looking good. The base seems to be drying rather nicely. Let it go for a little bit longer. And you know what? While we're waiting, why don't I paint up one of these bad boys? So my idea is that the Imperium like spends the money, the credits, to equip their armies, but that they don't give them all like their individual colors for their weapons, their own paints. So these are going to be like the same Castellan green that I would paint like an ordnance battery. I'm not going to paint it in this like slightly modified bluish gray color. I think it makes it more interesting to look at. And I don't know, I think it's also going to be more fun to paint. Can other guardsmen also have heavy stubbers now, or is it a Krieg restricted thing? I think it's only for Krieg. I'm not sure what the codex or the rules for the regular Astra Militarum are, but yeah, I'm pretty sure, because see, these Krieg heavy weapons are different from other heavy weapons team in the Astra Militarum. The other, like the Cadian shock troopers, have the heavy weapons box, right, where it's like 2 crewmen. I noticed that these are all 1 crew person. So I don't know if that has anything to do with, but I'm pretty sure because of that they're like a different breed. I'm using my phone for this live stream, but one of the greatest gifts that Games Workshop has bestowed upon its audience is the ability to look up how exactly a model is painted through their 360 view. I feel like most people, or not enough people, not enough painters utilize the 360 view for getting every angle of what a model is supposed to look like once it's painted. And I just think it's such a great resource. If you have any questions on what a color is supposed to be, just go to the product page on Games Workshop's website and look. Baby beluga. Amazing, Nick. Always in my memes with the best comments, and always helping me out with the subs. I thank you so much, my friend. All right. I had to stop. There was like a point these last couple of weeks when we had to move to help my mother-in-law. We had to go to the Bay really quick, and it really upset a lot of my plans for what I was doing with my channel. So my content kind of fell off, and I think as a result I lost a bunch of channel members who were ones that Nick had gifted memberships to, and I was like, man, that's a bummer. But I'm just going to get back on that content horse and showing off what I'm doing. hopefully getting those numbers back up. And thank you so much, Nick. You know what's funny? My mother-in-law had, so one of the reasons we went down to help was because she was trying to do a garage sale. And one of her neighbors came to the garage sale, and the guy was wearing a Kingdom Death shirt. And my wife saw him. I was inside, or I had like the girls, and she was helping do the garage sale, and she saw the shirt said Kingdom Death, and my wife was like, hey, I know what that means. So apparently my mother-in-law's direct next door neighbor, direct next door neighbor, is a super gamer and has like a whole game room and is really into Warhammer 40K and really supported Kingdom Death through the Kickstarter. And it's just, what a coincidence that they have, they're so into the hobby. In fact, they came back to invite me to play with them in their Necromunda Escalation League, but we were already heading back to Sacramento area, so I had to decline. But I was like, that is so cool. He said, yeah, anytime you want, just come by, check out the game room. We've got all the display cabinets and display for our miniatures. And I was like, are you serious, dude? Are you serious? I saw somebody on TikTok the other day was like, I feel really not depressed, but I feel really down because I'm really into Warhammer. I love playing Warhammer, but I live now in an area where nobody plays Warhammer. And for a long time, that was me, man, because when I was in Hawaii, when I lived in Hawaii, I could always drive like 20 minutes to my game store. And the guys there were so supportive and friendly, and I loved it. And then we had to move. I lived in an area in the Bay where there just wasn't a gaming community. In fact, most people would just paint their miniatures and not do anything with them, or they would go like across the Bay or to some other area where there would be a gaming club. So I was kind of stuck because my game store was too small to have games. It was just a small, tiny little brick and mortar store. And when we first moved here, my poor wife, I dragged her all across the Bay Area looking for stores that sold Warhammer and places where I might find the gaming group. And we were young. We didn't have our son yet. I don't think we were even married yet. And it was fine to do. And now we can't do that anymore. What was the point of that story? Oh yeah, I was looking for a group, and I had eventually just given up on finding a group. So it's so awesome that now I'm in a place where my mother-in-law lives like right next door to a group of awesome gamer people. Viper Lord Paces, any tips for 1,000 Marines paint this, my first Legion to paint 1,000 Suns? Yeah, well, are you painting 1,000 Suns pre-heresy, heresy era, rather, or in the current 40K color scheme? I'm so behind. I just noticed the other month that I went into my game store, I noticed that 1,000 Suns have their own blue color. And it looks really, really close, really spot on to what a good base coat would be for a 1,000 Suns army. The current Traders phase, yeah, so Games Workshop makes this color called 1,000 Suns Blue. In fact, I might have it. I did buy a pot because I think I wanted to use it for something. I had a momentary insanity where I bought some Seraphon. I was like, Lizardmen, dinos on dinos. Let me see if I've got it. It's pretty close to their Siltec green color. Here we go. So yeah, the lizardman colors. My brother gave me also a Hellbrute. I don't know if there's a Hellbrute 4000 Suns. Doesn't look the same in the box art. I'm not sure. I would just Google that because I'm not sure. But Thousand Suns Blue is a really beautiful color. I mean, they intended it to be the Thousand Suns base color because they named it, right? So you can pick up a pot of that, and that should do you just fine. As a base coat for your Thousand Suns Marines, just get a heavy, like a brush with a pretty large applicator tip, and just dry brush the entire miniature with Thousand Suns, and then take a nice, I would say like Retributor armor, gold, and do that for the gold trim. And you should be good to go, my friend. Then for shade, okay, for oil or and like washes, I would use not Drakenhof Nightshade. Maybe, I don't know, maybe I would shade with a contrast paint. That might be interesting. Drakenhof Nightshade is such a dark blue color. That's why I don't know if I would use that as a shade. I should paint some Thousand Suns Marines. I think I have like some rubrics lying around. That's one thing. I don't think I have anything on my channel of, well, I used to have some. Back in the day, I painted some Thousand Suns. Hey, while you guys are here, if you haven't done so yet, I would truly appreciate a like. If you could hit the like button, subscribe if you're not already. That kind of stuff really helps bump me up the algorithm, helps other people find my channel. So thank you so much if you've already done that. And I'm very grateful for that. You're also new to the tabletop game. My friend, I used to play the tabletop game. Now I'm so far behind on the rules and everything. Like, I would love to just get a combat patrol or something and paint it up and learn from there. But I really like being on like Reddit and discussing tactics or reading about tactics and rules and everything. That's a good way for me to engage in that part of the hobby without really doing anything. So now that we moved from where we used to be to Sacramento area, it's funny because all of these larger game stores started opening up in the Bay where we used to live. It's just funny. Xandri Steel. Okay, I had to do a little color reference there. So Xandri Dust. This is Warhammer 40k, Riley. I got the Combat Patrol for Thousand Suns my brother gifted me on Halloween. That is really cool. What a cool brother. I wish I had somebody in my life that was helping me get into the hobby when I was first starting. I actually got into the hobby playing the old Hero Quest game. Amazing game. Fantastic game. Okay, so Xandri Dust for the sleeping roll. Steel Legion Drab for the coiled rope. Mornfang Brown for the straps, holding it to the war machine. I just started getting into it. Is that a Krieg? It is, Riley. I only knew the Warhammer 40k world through Space Marine 2. Nice. That game has done so much for the hobby, bringing in new players. Space Marine 2, fantastic. Oh, and weren't Thousand Suns like the villains in that game? Yeah, this is a Krieg, Death Corps of Krieg. Who do you play, Riley? I just started getting into it. Yeah, who do you play? Let me know. All right, I'm gonna keep working on this guy's coat. You know what, let's do his armor. So we can just get a little bit more color on him. We'll do the Krieg iron. This is a fun experiment. I want to see how long it's going to take me to paint one of these guns, because there's 3, right? And let's see how long this takes. Anyways, I was telling that story also because my mother-in-law's next door neighbor is gifting me a Kingdom Death Gambler's Chest box, which when it was first announced on Kickstarter is being sold for $150, and through some through a series of events, my mother-in-law's next door neighbor got his, and then a couple of extra ones, and so he was nice enough to just gift me this box. So I'm going to be doing a ton of Kingdom Death, a ton of Kingdom Death content coming out, because I want to really thank him for such generosity. It was like $150 retail through Kickstarter, but I think it's pretty pricey if you try to find it all on its own now on eBay. Love me Warhammer, love me Kingdom Death, simple as. That's why my brother bought it through Space Marine 2. I've played all the time, and the Thousand Suns design is unique. It's like Egyptian guys. Yep. Is Krieg also same as the Cadians? What is that? Oh, Nick, this is a heavy weapons team for the Krieg. So it's in the combat patrol. That guy. Or if you're talking about what is that, the Gambler's Chest. So the Gambler's Chest was like a game expansion for Kingdom Death. A Kriegsmarine. Hello, imported babies. And Cadians look different. Number one, they don't have the gas masks. Here's a picture, or here's a look at a Cadian soldier. And I just spray primed him in Xandri Dust. He's ready to go. Maybe I can try to do like a speed run of how fast I can paint a Cadian. And how fast can I paint a Krieg? That might be a fun little exercise when I'm done with this guy. What was I saying? The Kingdom Death Dark Angels, nice. The Kingdom Death Gambler's Chest was an expansion for the game, Kingdom Death Monster 1.5, which has some beautiful, beautiful miniatures. Okay, so yeah, that's right. So Nick, Kingdom Death, if you look it up, it's like a miniatures that are designed to look almost like anime. It's in a dark fantasy world, like a horror fantasy world, where you play. You play like survivors. It's kind of like a board game, I would guess. You have a DM playing the monsters, and then it was pretty popular here, and you fight like horrifying monsters, and the whole name of the game was that you shouldn't get attached to the guys you're playing because the monsters are so tough, and you start off as just like this naked survivor in this horrifying world, and then the more monsters you fight, the more resources you take from their bodies, from their corpses, and then you live in this world of darkness, and the world develops as you get stronger. Little settlements pop up. You can trade for better armor, and basically in the beginning, you're making your weapons and armor out of the monsters you kill. They're like low-level monsters, and then they get tougher and tougher, and it's a fun, fun game. I was actually gifted. I was commissioned to paint the set, and I was gifted a box. So, you know, for you, Nick, I'm gonna open the box. I'm gonna look through it, and I used to do a lot of Kingdom Death content, so I've got some great examples of painted Kingdom Death miniatures, but they're like way deep in the WarbossTae vaults. But if you search on my channel for Kingdom Death, then you'll find some really nice minis. Yeah, you should check it out, and I'll do an unboxing for you of the Monster 1.5. That's like the Kickstarter set. Monster 1.5 is the box with all of the miniatures that you need to play. But then they came out with all these expansions. Yeah, like I said, so the Gambler's Chest was one of their first really big expansions, and when it first came out, when it was first announced, all of these new miniatures and new like rules and stuff like that, like everybody's really excited, and it did really well, and it led the way for many other things. But Kingdom Death, their whole aesthetic is almost like anime, where your characters have cards, like profile cards. So when you buy, say you want to buy a character that you like, then you would get the miniature in a box. You'd also get this art card for her or him, and it's just such a fun game. And the miniatures look so good too. And they would do like Halloween and Christmas versions, and they did a version of the girls called the pinup version, where they're like all these fantasy, and I think they did some sci-fi ones too, where they look like pinups, just beautiful, gorgeous pinups. And it's funny because my wife at the time was like, why don't you paint that? Why do you paint all these World War I trench guys in gas masks and big monsters? Like, why don't you paint something pretty? Why don't you paint something nice? And I'm like, I should put some more Kingdom Death stuff on my channel, just because they're beautiful looking miniatures. Viper Lord Pacers, I'm just new to the Warhammer lore. Oh, okay. Yeah, there's so much lore tubers. I love Dark Tide too. I'm currently reading some lore, like Horus Heresy is so good. So good. What miniature costly so much? I think any army you decide to get into is gonna be an investment. What am I doing? I'm highlighting with this super big like wash brush. I don't know. You know what? It's 5 o'clock in the morning. We're just having fun. I just want to see how long it's going to take me to do this. Heavy weapons team. But it's so funny because Kingdom Death has been around for years, but it has never gotten big enough for it to be sold in stores like Warhammer. So every time I would go into a hobby store, I'd be like, hey, do you carry any Kingdom Death? And they would look at me like, what? What is that? It was so niche when it first came out and started. Like, not many people knew about it. And then through the word of mouth of the Kickstarter, and everybody saw how gorgeous the miniatures were, then it became like a cool niche thing, right? It became the cool thing. I liked it before it was cool. And now I think they might be sold in some stores, maybe, but I don't think it's ever going to be as big as Warhammer, because it's basically a board game. It's not like a game where you're going to collect armies of miniatures. But it's got beautiful monster sculpts, like horrifying looking monsters and enemies. Almost like, it reminds me of, I don't know, maybe like Dark Souls, or I guess Elden Ring now. The monsters look so horrifying and just gorgeous. Just finished the Siege of Vrax. Ah, nice. It's fun. 5 shenanigans. I like the Baneblade series. Those are pretty good series of books. The most expensive miniatures are the combat patrols, but it's worth it because you technically get a small army. Yep. And you could just play, if you're like new to the game and learning the rules, you could just play combat patrol to learn the rules. Build up a combat patrol like how it's supposed to be on the box, instead of trying to use it to start an army, or just play with it, you know? You don't have to just tell your enemy or your opponent that you're playing combat. You want to play combat patrol just to learn it, and then you don't have to worry about spending so much more money until you're comfortable. The great thing about combat patrol too is you get a variety of miniatures. Or like you usually do, I don't know, with human factions like Astra Militarum or the Death Corps of Krieg. They say you get a variety, but it's basically you get the same Krieg miniature doing different things. Like, here's a Krieg miniature operating a heavy weapon. Here's a Krieg miniature that's just an infantry guy. Here's a Krieg miniature that's dressed like a commissar. They're all guys in gas masks. I think the most interesting thing you're going to paint with the Krieg combat patrol is this little guy. It was so much fun to paint. I got a comment, somebody said, isn't it funny how like sometimes we want to just blast through our regular miniatures, and then yet we'll spend like hours painting a tiny little thing like a servo skull like this. And it's true. Sometimes I just want to churn through. Buy his own Legion. Whoo, Viper Lord Paces, wow. Yeah, you do need a ton of money, and I don't have a paint. Combat Patrol is a good start, but some are better than others. Yep, that's right. So I would say the minimum to get started, so that you feel like you're on a trajectory to have like a good army in this hobby. I don't know, what would you say, Nick? You need like the core of what you're painting, right? And then you would need paints, brushes, clippers, a hobby knife, all the glue. Thank you for the likes, guys. Appreciate it. Guys and gals. Oh yeah, importer babies, paint, sprays, brushes, clippers, etc. As a Space Marine player, we... The thing about this hobby, though, is you invest one time in a lot of these things. Like say, I really want this Death Corps of Krieg, so I buy a combat patrol, and then I have enough minis to paint for like a good long while, right? And then I find, well, what's the minimum amount of paint that I'm gonna need? I could paint the horses the same color as like these, like the leg wrappings and the sleep rolls and stuff. I could paint, I could use the same, what else does the horse need? Mornfang brown for the straps, the same blues for all of the armor for, or not the armor, the same blues on the armor are the same blues as the uniform. So I just buy enough paints for the uniforms. And then some silvers. Yeah, basically I could name you every single color that you would need, and it would probably run you about, I don't know, maybe 50 bucks for the paints. Like if you're not going heavy into the highlights, you just want to do like a very basic but do a good Krieg color scheme. Mornfang brown, the Fang, and then one highlight of rust gray. Dryad bark for the pants. Xandri dust for the gas masks, the leg wraps. You need a black color, but hey, what I said, what I always say is don't go for like a full priced Abaddon black. Go to Walmart and get a tub of Mars black paint for like $3, and this is gonna last you until the Empire of Man crumbles into sand once more, because there's so much in here. I bought this like 2 years ago and I'm still using it. So where are we at? 5. Lead Belcher. Get a gold, like Balthazar gold or Retributor armor to do the gold bits. For shades, you would use Known Oil, Agrax Earthshade. That's 9 paints. That's about all you need. If you're really going for like the bare minimum of colors, reds. Corn red. Yeah, I mean, if you're going with just that, you can muck about with all these other colors. If you want to do like if you actually want to paint the flag, you would also add Incubi Darkness for the dark parts, Mephiston red for the lighter red color, and this looks like a gray color, so Celestra gray. The reds are also good if you want to do like red eye lenses. Oh yeah, you're also painting the Commissar's bits. So yellow for the trim would be Averland Sunset. Yeah, so that's 14 colors. What's happening, Leo? Oh, Leo Film. Nice to see you. I always get the alert from my phone when you go live, so it always makes me smile. Whatever I'm doing throughout the day, I can never catch you. I'm never on at the same time, but every time I see Leo Film, hello, lurker person, Leo Film is going live, then that makes me happy. Guys, I've been painting miniatures. I'm like 40 something years old, and I've been painting miniatures since I was 14, maybe 13, 12. So like 30 years in the hobby. I've got my own style, my own way of doing things, but I am nowhere, like I'm never gonna win a golden demon like Leo Film has. And he got his buttons, his pins. That's so cool to see, Leo. That's what I always like when I interact with people in this hobby, in this space, that have achieved such amazing things. Because I know my trajectory is not to do that. I'm never gonna like be good enough to compete like that, but I love seeing people who actually go out and do it. Always on roughly the same schedule. You should make some white damage marks on the outer armor of the gun. Maybe. Winning is not the point. Just get your guys behind glass. That's true. That is true. Maybe I should paint up something and just take it one day. The thing is, though, I don't live anywhere near like a golden demon thingy, so I would need to make a trip. Say to my wife, babe, this year instead of taking the kids to Disneyland, I'm taking us all to Warhammer World. Do 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 do. And that was the last anyone had ever seen of WarbossTae. Why did I do the Unsolved Mysteries guy voice? Oh man, that's an old reference. Some of you kids are too young for that. In fact, I'd say most of you kids are too young and maybe un-American for that. But when I was a kid, I used to love watching Unsolved Mysteries. Man, that was my favorite show. Thomas, hello, welcome. Maybe add some brown to it for dirt. Okay, bro, thanks for the advice. You got it. And I thought Warhammer 40k World is small. Oh, I keep forgetting how big the US are. Where does Adepticon usually take place? I am not too sure. It's a small community, not gonna lie, but big lore. They just keep adding to it. You know, it's funny with Henry Cavill doing the Amazon series, I feel like the hobby is gonna explode in popularity, which is a good thing. I mean, it's always cool to see something happen that shakes up our hobby and makes it more accessible. I remember, I don't know if you guys remember, but like the first full-length movie was it called Ultramarines? It was CGI, the first real attempt at a full-length movie years ago. That had a pretty stacked voice cast of actors, but it just wasn't a good movie. Like they didn't have the ability to make a full-length motion picture like they do now. I think their the animation quality is good enough at this point where they could do it. Most hated Erebus, yep. Nobody likes Erebus. A Harley Quinn faction? The Insane Clown Posse faction? I've watched The Secret Level. Yep, The Secret Level. I could just watch all the cutscenes from Space Marine 2. It's so good. Silver. It's funny when you think about Space Marine 1, your main enemy in the beginning was orcs. And I just keep hearing now, I've played that game so much, I keep hearing in my head, Space Marine! Wah! Space Marine! Space Marine! Spice Marine. Wow. Anytime I do that, my wife rolls her eyes psychically from anywhere in the house. I could be doing it, and wherever she is, she'll just roll her eyes. Pics. Oh man, that's a great emoji. All right, I didn't time how long that took, but we're pretty close to base coats, and that's pretty good, I think, for getting started on one of these guns. I'm thinking of doing a tutorial, a WarbossTae painting video on how to do these guns, and they're pretty simple. The gunner is nothing special. Like I paint him just like how I paint the rest of my Deathcore Krieg. Whoop. Whoop. And then as for the gun itself, it's just Cadian or Castellan green. It isn't easy being green. And then silver, pick out the silver bits. My son is really into pirates now. It's so funny with kids, man. Like first he was into excavators. And we were just talking about this. He had this little excavator toy, you guys, that he would wanna, like he couldn't be without it. It was like his security blanket. And he would take it with us on the road, and he had to have it every time we left the house. It was so cute. And so anytime we would drive by a work site, he would see excavators, and he would go, "Daddy, Daddy, excavator, big excavator." And I'd be like, "Oh yeah, excavators." And then one day he just fell off of it, and then now he's really into pirates, because he watched. My wife showed him Treasure Island, the old, like 1950s Disney movie, Treasure Island, and he liked it, but he didn't really understand it. And I was like, you know what you gotta watch, my son, Muppet Treasure Island. So we showed him Muppet Treasure Island, and now that soundtrack plays like all day in our house. Tim Curry singing. Oh, it's a glorious thing. One clan became that powerful, they turned into politics before going to war. My son, yeah, he loves Muppet Treasure Island. In fact, his whole birthday theme was a pirate theme. So my wife set up this whole like scavenger hunt in the back of our house, and she bought him like a pirate outfit, and it was so cute. Yeah, he was brilliant in that film. You know what's funny? I remember really liking Muppet Christmas Carol. But when you go back and you watch the other Muppet movies, Muppet Treasure Island is actually, it stands out. It's pretty good. And I thought, oh, this movie's kind of slow and kind of lame. But oh man, compared to, like, the music is so good. I didn't realize that Hans Zimmer wrote the music for Muppet Treasure Island. And he also wrote the music for Pirates of the Caribbean with Johnny Depp. So it's like, it sounds like a piratey soundtrack. I'm not going to do the shades because the Black Templar is still drying. He was brilliant in Command and Conquer. Red Alert, yes. Red Alert 3. His finest performance. I'm going to the one place that capitalism hasn't corrupted. Space. What are you working on right now, Leo? I haven't had a chance to follow your work. It's funny just thinking about the movie now. I'm like humming the soundtrack, and I just don't do that with Muppet Christmas Carol. I don't remember any of the songs from Muppet Christmas Carol. That boy gonna have a blast if he learns about first-rate ships. I was just about to say that, Leo. The difference between Michael Caine and Tim Curry in their respective Muppet movies. 6 unfinished skeletons. All right. I'm gonna let this guy rest a little bit. Let's look back, shall we, friends? Shall we, friends? Let's look back and see what I was able to accomplish tonight. Keep these guys on the side. I'm gonna be painting them next. I finished my command squad, my Krieg command squad. I'm super happy with that. The last thing I have to do for these boys is put on their transfers. Oh, I have a bone to pick with Games Workshop. I'm going to tell you guys in a second. So this blue color scheme, it's my favorite for the Death Corps of Krieg. It's iconic. But it's not the only regiment with the only colors, right? There's other colors you could paint your Death Corps of Krieg as. And this one, though, this blue greatcoat, this is the 143rd Regiment. And when you look at this giant honkin' transfer sheet, you have all of these regimental numbers that I don't even recognize. I got some black paint on this one. But you only get 10 143rd in black and 10 in white. I don't know why you would use black, since the shoulder pads are gonna be in black. Like maybe if you painted them in bright silver, but that's not what the 143rd color scheme is. So you would naturally put the white number transfers on here, and you only get 10. Yet you have all of this space for all of these other regiments. Now here's the kicker. In the combat patrol, you get one of these transfer sheets, 10, right? But look at all these units you get. You get 10 infantrymen, you get 5 command squad, which at least some of them have the 143. You've got a fire coordinator and 1, 2, 3 heavy gunners, all with the 143. And then you've got 143, I could see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Death Riders. So they've all got 143, their regiment, that means 10, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 24. And you only get, so like 24 minis, and you only get 10 transfers for them. Even though this transfer sheet is big enough to have 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 180 white regimental numbers, and you don't even have enough to properly drip out your combat patrol. I think that's something they should have taken into account. All right, rant over. Rant over. I lost 10 viewers on that silly rant. I used to drink so much coffee, you guys, and lately I've been drinking a lot of water, and I haven't looked back. Drinking water has actually helped me. I'm pretty sure it's alleviated some of my headaches, my migraines, what I thought were migraines. Maybe I was just thirsty. I was feeling like so queasy yesterday. I took the kids out for a walk around the neighborhood, and I came home and I had this headache and I felt queasy and I felt just really not good. And I think it's because I didn't drink enough water. All right, kids. Nick, would you like some transfer sheet? I don't use very many of mine. Oh, what kind of transfers you got? Thanks, Warboss. I'll watch your vids next live. Thanks for joining me, Viper. Best of luck to you, buddy. I hope you have a great day. So I'm using this texture paste. I mentioned this in the video that is going to go live today. It's available now for members, but it's going to go live today. It's about painting the servo scribe in this combat patrol. But I really like AK Terrain. I think that's their basing branch. I like these texture pastes. I like using base ready scatter. The thing that makes this good as a one-stop basing for any kind of Krieg or trench or muddy world application is that it has texture, it has grit, and it has a little bit of a thickness to it. So I could, if I was to let one coat dry, I could come back with a second coat and build layers and levels to these bases. You can't do that if you're just going to be painting base colors on. Now, everybody says you should use some kind of basing material, right? Glue down some ballast, glue down some rocks or whatever, and then paint it however you want. For years, and for many armies, I remember for my night goblins, for my orcs, for my empire even, and then for 40K for my blood angels, what I used to do was like take some modeling sand, right? I would spend money on sand and spend money on glue, and then I would glue some sand to my base, and then I would glue some flock, or first I have to paint the sand, and then I would like glue some static grass and some shrubbery. And it was just such a long process just to do the basing. And now, just put on some terrain texture and I'm done. It also helps if you're putting this muddy terrain, like look at this, this looks like dried mud on the commissar's base here, and that's perfect. It's just what I want. I don't want anything complicated. Brevity is the soul of wit. It's fine. All right, sir, you're all done. Thank you for coming to get painted today. That's the command squad all painted. All right. A bunch, Cadian, Krieg, a bunch of Marine ones. Most of my armies are custom, so a lot of the transfers don't fit. Wow, that would be awesome. Actually, you know what, Nick? I think I'm okay for a little while. I don't know. If you do, if you do have Krieg, it's hard. It's just hard because like you have to buy a box of something to get the transfer sheet, right? And then you only get enough to put on what's in the box. What's in the box? So, uh, yeah, I would love some. All right, I want to test. I want to test it out. I want to test out how long it would take me to paint a Krieg. Yeah, I know it would be nice if they were sold separately. It'll make it so much easier. A Cadian or a Krieg? All right, so picks, Nick, anyone else who's a channel member, what do you think we should work on to close out the stream here? Because I'm almost, holy cow, I'm almost at 3 hours. A 3-hour stream. But I want to see if I can whip up one of these like really super fast, maybe just base coats, before I head into the long slog of having to do the entire squad. What do you guys think I should paint next? What do you think I should paint in? I want to do like a lightning up one of these guys. Oh, this guy's got like a pack of cigarettes on his helmet. I love how they make like little tidbits like that that make them more characterful. Also, being able to see their faces make the Cadians nicer now. Oh, I hear a baby. Cadian for a break. I like that. Okay. If you guys want to hang out for a little bit, and if you have to leave, of course, thank you for joining the stream. I got to take care of my crying baby. I will be back, fingers crossed, in a couple minutes. Oof. Okay. In the chat. That might have been doggy you heard rustling, Leo. I'm exhausted. It's 7:29 in the AM. This stream was started 265 minutes ago. That means we're coming up on 12, 18, 24, 6, 12, 18, 24. Ooh, 4 hours and 20 minutes. Good lordy. I need to sleep. What are we talking about? Welcome back to my stream. What's going on, everybody? All right, so my brain is fried. I've been spending the last good chunk of time as a pillow for my daughter. It's like she doesn't sleep. It's so weird. Like she can tell if I'm around. She'll reach up and she'll like pinch my throat to see that I'm still there. It's so funny. Like I gotta figure out how to. We tried to sleep train her. Didn't work. So this happened with our son too. He was he had this thing where he would wake up every night at 2 o'clock in the morning, just start screaming like a little nutter. So we might just have to push through with her until she gets to the point where she can sleep at night and not wake up all freaked out. Okay, so what did I say? Like, get a rattle can of Xandri dust, spray your Cadians, and then I work from the bottom up. So leg wraps, then belt with pouches, oh, happy Monday, everybody. We made it to another week. I forgot to start the timer to see how quickly I can paint this Cadian shock trooper. This is a Cadian shock trooper. It's a soldier in the Astra Militarum Army for the game Warhammer 40k. It's a plastic miniature. I primed him in a color called Xandri Dust, which is actually the color of their fatigues. So what I'm doing now is I'm painting him from the bottom up. So while that Mornfang brown dries, I'm going to move on to the black. Your black is also the color of the rifle. It's not the entire rifle color, it's the majority of the rifle though. Let's do some skin tone. That is funny, Leo. Oh, Leo, expecting visitors. And there's my daughter again. So thanks for joining me on the stream, you guys. I'm going to cut it here because who knows when I'll be back. I hope you have a great day and a great week. We'll see you in the next one. Aloha.